Commissioner Doyle.
Here.
Commissioner Elkins.
Here.
Commissioner Engbarth.
Here.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Here.
Commissioner Green. Commissioner Heavenridge.
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie. Commissioner Poles.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor. And I am here too. We will also now take public comment for the item on the agenda, the discussion, before we begin the discussion. So is there any public comments for today? Nobody. Okay. We are now going to move on, and I'd like to welcome Julia and Mark from the Ivy Group.
You're on.
Oh, everybody can hear me through the microphone, have tech issues, okay. Okay. All right, did I get there? Yeah. Okay, excellent, that's only with 1 cup of coffee. All right. I know, right? Mark's got me beat. Welcome everyone to today's planning session, leadership forum, whatever we call it. Today is all about bringing these stakeholders together for a wonderful purpose, which is strategic planning. And I just want to start by thanking you all for your time today. I know this is an investment of your time and your thoughts, and we genuinely appreciate it. And the plan and the future of the library will be so much richer for all this participation. So thank you. We have quite a bit of work ahead of us today. We've got you for about 5 hours. There will be breaks and lunch and all of those good things. This is how we're going to spend our day. We will start with a very brief project overview. And actually before that, we'll start with some even briefer introductions. I think most of you are familiar with the strategic planning process that we are just beginning, but I did want to just set the stage and ground ourselves in the work ahead. The rest of the morning will be spent on a trends presentation. And I say presentation lightly because I really hope it can be more of a conversation. So we'll start with what is happening nationally and in library land, and then go through 4 trends that are certainly top of mind right now, and think about what they mean in the context of this community and this library. In the afternoon, we will do a SOAR exercise. That is a strengths, opportunities, aspirations, and results. Many of you may have been through this type of exercise before. I make a very cheesy joke that SOAR is like the cooler, older cousin of SWOT. And that's because it's a little more forward thinking. You know, SWOT is really grounded in the particular moment, whereas the SOAR, we're looking ahead and thinking about the opportunities and my favorite, but perhaps not the group's favorite, the results. How do we measure what we're doing? And then finally, we will conduct a start, stop, continue exercise to think through what are some of the things the library can begin, what should we maybe set to the side, and what are we already doing that could be enhanced or made more efficient. Throughout it all, we truly encourage raise a hand, share a comment. We're up here behind the podium, with the slides, but we would really value conversation and contributions from all. Great. Before we go around the room for introductions, I'll just very briefly introduce the 2 of us, the people you see in front of you. I'm Julia Prince. I'm the managing director of the Ivy Group. The Ivy Group is a consultancy that works with primarily public libraries across the country. The agency has been doing this work for over 35 years. I've been doing it for just about 11 now. There's no joke when I say I have the best job in the world, which is truly traveling to each of these libraries and these communities and more to get to know the community, get to know the library, and bring them in alignment to how can we forge a path together. Our agency is a little special in that we are also a communications firm, so that's another lens that we bring to the work. I find it's particularly well suited to library land in that I have never met a library where the community has said, I know everything the library does. And I'm joined by my colleague, Mark.
Hi, everyone. Oh, microphone. Hi, everyone. I'm Mark Fink. I am a consultant with the Ivy Group, and I've been consulting with them for about 4 years. I worked for several county library systems here in Northern California, and about 3 years ago moved out to Colorado, and I'm the executive director for Anythink Libraries, which is the public library system for Adams County. Similar sized library to Sonoma County Library. And I've been involved with legislative work at the state level and the national level. And I'm just really excited to be here with Julia. And I would also add that really we are here to help all of you. So your input, your feedback, everything that you share with us is going to be important for us to, we're going to take all of that feedback and incorporate that into the work that we do with providing the framework for the new plan. So we really want this to be interactive. We want to hear your thoughts. We want you to share. We're going to be working in small groups later. So really, this is all about us kind of facilitating the conversation so that we can get some great feedback from you so that we can use that information to inform the work that we do later on.
You'll see us taking furious notes because while we are the lucky two who got to travel to you today, we are supported by a wonderful team back in the home office in Virginia. Great. I'd love to start with just some very brief introductions. We'll go around. I believe the group is hopefully familiar with each other, but we're new. So if you would share your name and your role, and because I love to challenge people first thing in the morning, if you could describe the library in one word, just one, no explanation, what would that word be? And let's start. Can I start with you? Can we start at this table?
Good morning, I'm Sarah Legas. I'm the Sonoma County Library Commissioner that represents the split of the Sonoma County itself, as well as City of Santa Rosa, and this year I'm serving as the chair. And if I had to pick one word, I would pick, can I pick the word?
I believe so.
Kid friendly.
Go ahead.
I'm Mike Dunn, my team manager of the library. Growing.
Growing.
I'm Suzanne Silva. I'm the Human Resources Director, and if I was to run, it would be evolving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Erica Chabot, and I'm the Library Director, and I would be autonomous.
Barbara Bates, Public Services Division Manager over South County, West County, and Windsor. And my word is joy.
Oh, that's joy. And I forgot a bit of housekeeping, which is that every table has these microphones, and we have been asked that when there is one speaker, so if you have a comment and we're doing a group discussion, if you wouldn't mind just toggling, it's one button, so hopefully we can all get that. Turning the microphone on and then back off when you share your comment. Let's go over here.
I'm Fred Ingbarth. I'm the commissioner appointed by the city of Sebastopol. And my word is actually two, but it's community hub.
I will allow some hyphenations.
Hi, I'm Barbara McKenzie. I represent Roanoke Park on the Library Commission, and stable.
Yeah.
I'm Sue Cochran. I'm Vice President of the Sonoma County Library Foundation, and my word would be inclusive.
Good morning, Chrissy Nelson, Secretary of the Sonoma County Library Foundation, and my word is treasure.
I'm Jay Walsh. I think I round out folks from the foundation, from the Library Foundation. Just joined the board. My word is freedom. I didn't push that. There we go.
Hi, my name is Sarah Vantries. I'm a public services manager and I work with our libraries in Santa Rosa, Cloverdale, and Healdsburg. My word is comprehensive.
All right, let's do, I guess, some of the chairs in the back. We could start in the, maybe start in the white shirt. I don't know names yet, I'm sorry.
Where are we? Hi, there we are. Hi, Jeff Mitchell. I'm your general counsel. That's a good question. I wasn't as anticipating that I was going to be participating in this. I'll just say service.
Hi, I'm Laura Mailey and I oversee teen services at Sonoma County Library. Fun and safe. Sorry, that's 2 words.
Safe. Or you still get lunch.
Hi, I'm Jessica Romero and I'm the Community Engagement Division Manager. And my word, and I oversee adult, teen, children, outreach, and volunteer services. And my word is ongoing.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jamie Anderson, Collection Services Division Manager. My word would be passionate.
Hi, my name is Alita Dimas. I'm the Adult Services Manager, and my word would be thinking.
Morning, Ray Holly, Communications Director, and my word would be essential.
Hi, I'm Dara Bratz. I'm the Deputy Director, and my word would be welcoming.
Hi, I'm Deborah Doyle. I'm a commissioner and represent Windsor, California. I'm also the president of a division of the American Library Association called the United for Libraries, and my word would be threatened.
Good morning. My name is Mirna Lopez. I'm the Chief Financial Officer, and my word is innovative.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jaylene Dumapon. I am the assistant to the director, and my word is connection.
Okay. Come up to the table. Whoever does.
My name is Craig Palmer. I'm the Fund Development Director, and my word is opportunity.
My name is Catherine Line. I'm the accounting manager, and my word is reading.
I'm Dave Cahill, Commissioner from Santa Rosa. My word shared with Ray is essential. I'm not going to give up my word.
Eve Goldberg, Commissioner representing the County of Sonoma. I was going to do essential, but I can't be the third one, so important.
Hi, I'm Tina Poles. I'm the commissioner from Katati, and my word is democracy.
I'm Brooke Green. I'm the commissioner from Cloverdale. I'm the vice chair of the commission. My word is open.
You have the mic.
Hello, I'm Paul Heavenridge. I represent the Petaluma Library, and my word is soul, as in soul of the community.
I'm Kimberly Taylor. I'm the commissioner from the city of Sonoma, and I think my word's going to be bedrock.
This table has the real challenge.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I didn't think that cool, but I'm thrilled it's been mostly enforced.
My name is Andy Elkind. I'm the commissioner appointed by the city of Healdsburg, and my word is potential.
I'm Dave Tasheva, the facilities manager, and my word is foundation.
I heard a lot of The word. Now, luckily, we're not here today to write a mission vision or any of that. That work has been done, so that I heard Mark took notes on it, but the word cloud doesn't have to go anywhere. I just think it's helpful to kind of establish that shared, what is our perception of this wonderful organization that we are all here today to support. Very briefly, strategic planning, there is a lot of work ahead. This work supports the work that you all will be undertaking as part of the strategic planning. So we have divided our engagement into about 4 phases. This. And before we start, I just want to develop this shared, what is a strategic plan, right? We're all here today in support of the strategic plan to create a strategic plan. And I think from our perspective, at its core, a strategic plan is about priorities. It is about direction. It is about synthesizing and, as I said, prioritizing the work ahead for the library. What will you do for the next 5 years? And what impact, what community impact will you have? 1,000 definitions of strategic plans. And if I had to boil it down, that's how we think about it. I saw some nods. Any other kind of, what is a strategic plan to you? Why do you think you're here today?
Well, for me, it's always a roadmap, making decisions into the future, and then we've got these big ideas, and then we can run that through a filter for, at least for the commissioners, every decision that comes across our plate, and really do the right thing in that strategic plan. That's me.
Roadmap, you've keyed into one of my favorite phrases. Excellent. Great.
Yeah, strategic plan for me should be something with measurable outcomes, metrics, so that we can gauge on how we're actually doing.
Great. So you'll be my major participant during the results portion of the SOAR exercise.
It's to align the library. We're a big organization. I use growing, and in the last 20 years, it's exponentially grown. And we have so many stakeholders and so many different communities that the strategic plan gives us the opportunity to make sure that we're all going the same direction.
All right, so how are we going to get there? We have these 4 phases. The first, we are thoroughly in the first right now. Stakeholder engagement. This is to help us understand from these fairly insider perspectives of what is happening at the library, and also in your roles as community members as well. What do you see? We began with discovery. I did not count the number of pages that Jamie sent, but I believe they were in the hundreds. Just trying to get to know you by your documentation. But of course, the reports and budget figures will only get us so far. We need to come here. We need to talk to you. And that's what we're doing today as part of this stakeholder engagement sessions. Mark and I have got quite the week lined up. I believe we have 15 tours, 9 listening sessions, 2 staff forums, and today. So lots of folks to engage, and our pens are poised and ears are open, and all the metaphors to say, we're here to listen. We want to know what you have to say and your perspectives. We'll also be conducting one-on-one library commissioner interviews, as well as a leadership and staff survey. And all that will culminate in our first kind of major deliverable of an organizational assessment. We then move into community engagement. We've been working with Ray on an internal communications plan to help make the community engagement portion successful. We need to get people out to come to community meetings, to take the 10 minutes for a community survey. So spreading the word about why participation in these meetings and surveys is important, and what impact will it have on the library and the community. So all of that is in the works, and I know you all have it well in hand. We're doing a community profile, so many maps, so many maps of each location, and the demographics and health and behavioral trends around it. Community leader interviews, this is an exercise that the library will be conducting. We'll work with you to identify leaders. And I use the term leaders a little loosely. That might be someone with a title and it might not. Who is influential and in which circles, and how do we align that with each audience that this plan should engage so that all voices and perspectives are reflected ultimately in the plan. As I mentioned, we'll have community conversations. Community survey, that's the biggie. That is where you'll hear from us and say, help send the word, get that link out, connect to the networks. The more the merrier for the community survey. And I truly mean that. And that will all be brought together in a community engagement analysis because it will be a lot of information. So that first kind of distilling what it all means, what rose to the top, what did we hear again and again. Oh. And then this one's kind of, so this is the no big deal. We're going to write the plan together. We will hold a strategic priorities workshop where we will present the research, again, work through what it all means, what that translates to in terms of strategies and strategic priorities, and begin to brainstorm some tactics. Right? That roadmap must have the paths, but also those kind of semi-granular steps to get further along it. And then final presentation. We'll make it pretty, we'll bring it back, and we will work with you all on how do we get the word out. One of the things that we really advocate for is connecting back with the community and all of the participants to say, thank you for engaging in this process. Your time, your voice did matter, and here's what we did with the information, and here is how we are going to be responsive to you. And then there's a phase 2 with some benchmarking analysis to do a by the numbers comparison of the library to peers, organizations with similar budgets, population sizes, cultural indicators, and a location analysis and market segmentation. I could do 2 hours on this and why it's important and everything we'd get into, but for now I'll just say it's about understanding the audiences of who is coming in to your locations and who is not. And importantly, how might we reach them so we can turn them into library users? Any questions about the process? So it's hopefully review for most of you. It's just helpful to see where we are, which is not day 1, but day early on. All right, well, let's get into the fun stuff. Hopefully it's all fun, but I think this is really the fun stuff. Before we discuss the trends we've prepared, Mark, do you want to talk to us about the current moment, kind of the Uber trend?
Sure. So we were thinking that we wanted to kind of name some of the stuff that's impacting libraries around the country. So kind of thinking that macro level, what's happening at the federal level. And you may see some of this trickle down and affect your communities, but we just want to name it so that it's out there. But really, I think that first of all, we're seeing that federal funding for libraries is really in jeopardy.
Really?
Right. Also, the Institute of Museum and Library Services is, its existence is also in jeopardy. I'm sure Deborah can talk more about kind of the status of that, but really we're seeing at a federal level that federal money coming to libraries in your local communities is in jeopardy. So naming that, I think that especially for suburban and rural libraries, that federal funding can really make a difference as far as resources that are available. And then also just politically, there's, with the cuts that are being made at the federal level, that's really creating a conversation in a lot of communities about what are the funding priorities for the government? Where does the government get involved? And this includes everything from schools and education, universities, and also it includes libraries. So knowing that this conversation is happening at the federal level, it's also, it's still going to impact folks here in California. It's going to impact your patrons based on what they're hearing and on the news. and questions that they might have for staff, or questions that you may be getting as commissioners from community members. In addition, some of the other impacts that we are expecting to see across the country impacting libraries is some of the impacts of recent federal legislation with changes to Medicare, Medicaid, people who may have received, federal benefits who may not be eligible, who may be maybe going to their local library and really trying to understand from library staff where they can get health insurance or health coverage, how they continue to receive their benefits, what they need to do, what's changed. So really starting to understand some of that work that's happening, some of the questions from the federal legislation and how that impacts somebody and whether or not they're going to be eligible for health insurance. Also, we're going to see more folks who are looking for jobs or looking to find different jobs or filing for unemployment. That's definitely something that we're going to be seeing across the country. And then also just some basic resources around, getting access to food aid. So working with food banks, understanding what benefits are out there for folks that are struggling who can't afford groceries. So probably as in 15 years ago, there are really some just foundational basic life services that people were coming to the library with a lot of questions. So I think that we're going back into this cycle where over time, as the impacts of this federal legislation kind of really hit home, we're going to see more people coming into our libraries asking these kinds of questions. And it's not going to happen immediately because a lot of this legislation is kind of phased in, but just recognizing that that's coming. And we're already starting to see those kinds of questions in libraries. Another thing that's happening across the country is challenges to intellectual freedom. So really understanding, having conversations around the country around what kind of material should be in libraries. What kind of material should students and children have access to? What are libraries doing to preserve intellectual freedom? Or what are communities expecting libraries to do to change their collection development policies based on information that they don't think folks should have access to? So those conversations are happening around the country, and I can certainly see that they can still trickle down and happen in local communities here in Sonoma County. So these are, this kind of the stuff that's happening at the federal level. These are questions and these are comments that your frontline workers at your branches are probably already experiencing. These are questions and concerns that your frontline workers are reading about when they're hearing from ALA or from the California Library Association or reading Library Journal. So this is also top of mind for a lot of your staff and how they provide service. So that's kind of the macro level.
Oh, comment at the back.
Thank you for that great list. I totally agree. I would very also like to say that the terrorizing of immigrant communities, and so access to legal information in a timely manner might also be responding to a cultural shift.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that.
And excuse me, I'm just going to remind people that when you're speaking to use your microphone so we can pick it up on the recording. Thank you.
I saw some hands here, one there and then one here. Yes.
I just wanted to comment, my word was stable and Deborah's word was threatened. And Deborah's on this kind of macro level, looking at, statewide and national things. I'm looking at our local level, and I think it's important to realize the reason I said stable is because of our funding sources are local and stable, which makes us very unique and very, very fortunate. And yes, we need to respond to these other issues that our, patrons come in with for sure. But somehow I'd like to make sure that we keep somewhere in our consciousness that we are very fortunate to be in a very different situation from being kind of threatened by, these federal themes.
Right. So I think that's a really great distinction. I would say that with the trends, kind of what we're doing is kind of looking at things where, things that are impacting folks that live in your communities, things that residents are hearing or seeing on TV. These are questions that they may come and ask librarians about that work at the branches. So, you know, it's great to know that the funding is stable. But some of these trends that we want to share are really more about how does this inform library services? How do library services evolve or change, or how do we pivot? So especially around strategic planning, it's food for thought as far as we're providing you with the information so that collectively you can help decide what these priorities look like. And it's great to have that kind of federal level, but then also understand what's happening locally, hyper locally, and how you're serving communities as well. Yeah, sorry.
I'm Andy. Yeah.
Andy, and then you.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I've appreciated the list that you shared. I think I had questions about two what I would consider to be big picture trends that you didn't mention. One is the proliferation of social media, which undermines the foundation of truth and what is factual and what isn't. And the other is the rise of artificial intelligence, which I have to believe is going to have an impact on libraries. So I hope that those trends will also be considered as you do your work.
I mean, when we go through and share the trends, I think we'll absolutely have an opportunity to see how other trends, such as the rise of social media or AI, interact with the trends that we're putting in front of you. And of course, we'll also end with what else is out there, because no hour-long trends presentation could possibly cover everything happening nationally or in, as I affectionately call it, library land. Yeah, so those are important to keep in mind.
I just wanted to add that the coming from the feds, the control of how information is shared and viewpoints are shared brings more of a reliance upon libraries to help navigate it, the new digital divide, we'll say, and then also like cuts to E-rate and changes to the availability of connectivity for people that need it most is affecting libraries.
Thank you. These are great additions. These are great additions.
Let's get into the first trend, and caveat I'll share that some of this might be known to the library administration in particular, right? So this is about what are other folks doing? What are you currently doing that maybe we can think about a different way or pivot slightly or just build upon the success? What's a trend that you're saying, yes, we are a part of that trend, and let's make sure that that is protected and continues. The other caveat I have to give with trends is we are in the dreaming phase. So we recognize that resources, budgets, staff, all of those tiny little details, they exist, they're real. This is what is possible and what could be accomplished if we put our strategic minds to it. Reality will come crashing back down around us during the actual planning. The first trend we want to talk about is rethinking community spaces, which we've labeled here as inviting people in, but it's also about getting out, getting out of the library and going where people are, which I think is something that this library does particularly well and already recognizes the value of. So why is it important to rethink community spaces for your library? Well, we recognize that you serve a diverse geography. Distance is a thing. Physical barriers, the land itself is working against you in some ways. With very diverse demographics, there is no singular audience that you have. We recognize that in the last several decades, libraries have moved beyond a book warehouse to essential community anchors. I think someone used community hub earlier. So spaces not just for this exchange of materials, but for people to come together. These spaces are crucial for connecting dispersed communities and fostering civic health. And civic health can mean a lot of things. It can mean discourse. I could also unpack that to include all different types of health. Just as there are many literacies, there are many types of health. And we like to think of responsiveness of the spaces as being kind of the key indicator of, is the space serving the needs of the people who want to use it? Is it responding to how they want to use a space? And in many ways, those spaces should adapt, because every community, every audience, even the same audience at a different point in their life or day may have a different need. And so how do we stay flexible to that? I'd just like to share a few examples. The large picture that you see, and I apologize to the people in the back, I'll describe. The large picture is from Boston Public Library. This is a teen space at one of their locations. Is there anything more fun than a teen space? I don't know if the teens would say that. This is, I believe, co-created with the teens. So with the involvement of teen advisory. I don't know if there's a formal board, but in capacity. So how do you want to use the space, teens? What kinds of things do you want to do in it? And recognizing that that can evolve. It's really about allowing that audience to take ownership of the space, and also preparing them for the spaces that they may inhabit if they choose to move on to a university. Something we see in academic libraries is that absolutely everything is on wheels. They know that those students are going to move everything around. They're going to roll the whiteboard, they're going to roll their chairs, they're going to turn them over and sit on them upside down. They can make the space their own and have ownership over it to feel comfortable and again, empowered. So you do see these kind of heavy, comfortable chairs here. We all want to be cozy. We run surveys all over the country to say, how do you want your library to feel? You know that number one word is cozy. So responsive and flexible doesn't have to mean not cozy. So we have this mix of some of these modular pieces. You can see the bench seating in the background, but everything here can be moved, can be adapted. You see an art installation, it's creative, it's colorful, and it's tucked away, which I know is something that can be a challenge in your current locations when we have a large open space, and that's the library, that's the space. You can see that there's a glass wall above the shelf over on the side, so tucked away, but still visible for safety reasons. Then we have over on the side, we have two models of express library service. So express service in this case being unstaffed access to library services. So at the top, we have Fayetteville Public Library, which is the library Mark and I worked with several years ago. You can see their lobby space. So I'm gonna just point to this tiny photo. So right here is the entrance to the library itself. And in this space, it's a wide open lobby. They had a cafe. Don't get me started on cafes. I'll say they had a cafe. But they make this space available after hours to people who have applied for membership to the after hours space. So they're open a couple hours in the morning, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., and a couple hours after closing. Sunday hours, 6 a.m. to when the library opens around noon or 1. And they have full access to the space. They can do all different types of things in the lobby. They can print. They can use the Wi-Fi. There is laptop vending, so they are able to make use of a device if they did not bring their own. And there's holds pickups. This model was particularly appropriate for this library because it's situated in the downtown area and in this community because they had a lot of folks in the service industry. So not working a typical 9 to 5 and needing access to really just Wi-Fi in a safe, comfortable spot to sit and be at hours when the library wasn't able to staff it. So this is connected to the library itself. It's an extension of service. The example you see below is West Arvada. I had to check my spelling of that. That is one of the first standalone express library models. So that And when I say unstaffed, I do not mean that there is no staff time that goes in to creating these spaces and managing the access to these spaces and providing the collection and service in these spaces. So, of course, we must recognize that there is an investment of staff time. So when I say unstaffed, I mean only that there is not a presence present for the public to interact with. It is a very particular abridged form of service.
I was just going to add, really the difference between what you see with Fayetteville and what you see in Arvada. This Express Library in Arvada is a retail space about 1,500 square feet in a mall, retail mall. So it's by a post office, it's by a gym, it's by a church. So it's kind of your local place where you can go pick up your holds, browse a collection. Also, they do some programming there, but one of the things that's interesting about this model is the community has really kind of taken ownership of the space. So you use your library card as a key card to access the space, and you do that by, again, you submit a little bit more information, and there's an age restriction, so it's folks over 16. And there's instructions about, you can use your library card to get in, but don't let anybody else in. So the public actually kind of police that, so they don't let people in when they knock on the doors, things like that. So it's really kind of an extension of library service, which is a little bit different when you're providing space in a smaller location and maybe an underserved community that doesn't have direct access to a larger library like the Fayetteville model. So it's just another way to rethink. And part of this is really based on what is the community wanting with their library service? Do they want something that's kind of self-service, or do they want a high-touch service, right? So if they want that high-touch service where they have a lot of reference questions or want assistance with tech help, this model might not be the right one. So again, part of this is really understanding what the community is asking for with these kinds of services. Yeah.
These are third places.
Is that Fayetteville, Arkansas?
It is.
And is that Urbana, did you say?
Arvada, which is in Colorado, the Denver metro area.
Yeah, I will say Fayetteville started wanting to go 24/7 and they've scaled it back a little bit, but I've got my eye on them. Is anyone doing this locally? Is this a model you've seen? I'm sure the teen rooms, yes.
So there was, sorry about that. There was a grant in California. Most of the libraries in Southern California, it was an Open Plus grant through California State Library in Khalifa. They partner with Biblioteca, and it's exactly as you're describing. There's one in San Jose that's doing it.
Okay.
We started the project and we were about 96% there, and it fell apart due to equity of service issues. But this is something I'm very interested in.
It's a good point that these express libraries, they are not a replacement for library service. And as Mark said, it really does need to be connected to what is the need that has been identified. You can see we've grouped these examples together through the lens of third places, right? So in these cases, folks they needed a place to be and go. But it's important to keep that in mind. Thank you. Yeah, at the very back, sorry.
This might be the wrong time to ask this question, so you can punt me if you need to. I'm thinking about surveying people about what they want, and then I'm thinking about people who don't even know this. Like, I just wonder about capturing, I think it's not easy, but it's easier to ask people, what are you missing? But how do we capture like this? I mean, I guess I'm looking at something like this as an example. If someone says, I need to use the library when it's not open, or the library's never open when I need it. Okay, this is one solution to that. But I'm wondering, how do we capture even what people don't know they need? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't
Absolutely.
even come up. And I don't want to be just limited in our response to what people say they're missing. I think it's important, but it's not the only thing. And I just wonder how we're gonna get at that. I don't know.
I think the conversations are how we get at that. A survey is one thing. We do have to keep the time of the survey to about 10 minutes to get people to take it, right? And surveys don't allow the opportunity for back and forth, right? For me to lean in and do my consultant. Oh, that's so interesting. Why? Tell me more about that, right? But I can do that in a community meeting or in conversation with community leaders to say, okay, you need more from the library when it's closed. What kinds of things would you like to be able to do? I also think it's helpful to take the library out of it when we're asking people about their needs. So it's not, what can the library offer that they're not currently offering you? That's an overwhelming question. But what needs do you have socially, economically, health-wise that are not being met? And it's not to say the library needs to step in and be everything to everyone, but to recognize that this is the situation people are operating in, and there might be a role for the library to play there. Does that answer your question? Great. There's another comment in the back.
I know. We're talking, I know, about Sonoma County, but as you all have pointed out, it's interesting to, and essential, I think, to look at the larger picture too, and not to be Deborah Downer here, but in the UK, in England, in the last 20 years, they've closed more than 800 libraries. And a lot of libraries are run by volunteers. And so I think, because libraries in the United States are 95 to 98% funded locally, we tend to look locally at things. And I think this is our opportunity, because we are adequately funded. This is our opportunity to keep remembering that there are larger threats that are down the road, and that we need to be prepared for them now. And so I'm not saying that, California, there are going to be some libraries that close in this state in the next 10 years. I can guarantee it. Or they're going to be open 3 or 4 hours a day, something like that. So we have to just keep the larger picture in mind. Thanks.
I saw another comment.
I was just going to add, as we engage in the strategic planning process, who we're able to reach, whether they're library users or not, a lot of you in this room can help us. So you have your connections in your local communities. What organizations do you belong to? Where do you go shopping? Who are your neighbors? Where do your kids go to school? Where do your grandkids go to school? So, really this idea of getting as much community input as possible to shape the strategies. This is a way for you to help us get that information that we need. Also, there's probably an opportunity for the library advisory boards in some of the work that they do and their hyper-local connections. Also with the marketing plan that Ivy's working with Ray on, understanding, who move beyond your typical audiences. Who are those folks that are underserved? Where do they get their news? What social media platforms are they on? So it's an opportunity to kind of think a little bit broader around how we get the word out. So just a couple of options about how each of you can kind of help with this effort to get folks to take that survey, so we have a really wide breadth of the community involved with that.
We really want to know not just what are the needs that are not being met, but also through that library lens of what are some of the space needs that the library may. We all have that need for a place to be safe, to connect, and that connection can be quite literal to people, Wi-Fi, too many things. All right, so that's about bringing people into the library, being responsive to their needs, making spaces that fit those needs, whatever we all determine those needs to be. This is about kicking you out of the library a little bit, particularly important as you have these rural areas. So very briefly, some examples. Park and Connect is a free outdoor Wi-Fi service from LA County Public Library. They basically drive their Wi-Fi car around and park it, and there's Wi-Fi there. There's a little more to it than that, but that's kind of the gist. Something that you all are doing and doing very well is the pop-up library. So we have Chattanooga's Sprinter. It's kind of short to be a Sprinter. That might just be more of a van. Down at the bottom, we were given a wonderful tour of your bookmobile this morning, and also recognizing that the library has an outreach van, which is also serving a lot of this purpose. But this is just thinking about, what does mobile service look like, which I know is on your minds, because it can take so many forms. They can be that traditional bookmobile model of we've got the books, come on the bus and get the books. And hey, while you're here, you can print and get some Wi-Fi. There's a little more, I would say, informal. And again, I think it's the function that your outreach van might be serving now, where you're rolling the carts on the van and you're taking the van to where the people are and rolling the carts off and setting up whatever your program might be. And so how do we determine what the services should be? Because the vehicle, we don't start with the vehicle and then say, okay, what can this vehicle do, right? What are the needs? What are the services that will meet those needs? And what is the literal vehicle that is best suited to meeting those needs? Is it the large bus that requires the CDL license to drive? What a barrier. Is it the Sprinter van? Is it a smaller van? Is it an in-between? And how is that schedule developed? Because an hour and a half or 2 hours of service once every 2 weeks is not the same as a physical location that folks have access to. But I did want to give a little tip of the hat, because that is something that you all are very much engaged in and thoughtful about. We have the fridge, which is the free fridge that is outside of Lorraine Public Library that we worked with a few years ago. So it is what that clever word implies, which is a free fridge. So it's outside the library, so it's open beyond library hours. They do accept donations. So in this area, there may be farmers or homesteaders or folks who could contribute to the free fridge. Of course, this is a wonderful opportunity for partnership. They've also placed the fridge in the security does observe it, but more of a private location outside the library. They get a lot of teens or kids wanting to access the fridge, but maybe not wanting their friends to see that they're accessing the fridge. So being very strategic in the location of that offering for safety as well as access. And this over here is one of my favorites, not just because it's a pun, it's fairy tales. So this is, let me get this library name right, the Kitsap Regional Library. This is a book club that they conduct on the commuter ferry. So they thought, where are the people? We need to go where the people are. They are on the ferry, commuting back. And so the librarians get aboard the ferry for fairy tales. What a great name. And run the book club on the boat. What is the boat in Sonoma County? I know you have water, but it's not quite the same. The SMART train, yes. Oh, we heard all about how door count at, was it Windsor? Windsor, yep, has skyrocketed with that train. Can you get on the train? Is there space on the train? I haven't been on the train. Again, thinking creatively about how do we create community spaces outside of the walls, especially when those walls can be limiting or inaccessible.
The local airport, we could do ebook demos at the airport.
All right, I'm getting the pen down. See, this is the idea time. How can we rethink your community spaces? Yep.
This population and having indigenous stories on the ferries.
I have not. I'll work that into the next trend.
Spots, places. Washington has the largest ferry system in the world.
Mhm.
And that's in Washington. We
Great,
could do
thank
it
you.
it's not our county, but we could do it on the boats into San Francisco that connect with SMART.
Mm. Yeah.
I think it's really important to think not only about those individuals who have a distance barrier to coming to our libraries, but those who may have a social economic barrier to coming to our libraries. I think thinking about things like bringing library services to trailer parks may not sound as glamorous as going on the ferry, but may bring up a service directly to a population who may not have, the time between two jobs or the transportation or a variety of other factors, even if they are living close to a library.
Yeah, you go where the people are. Yeah, even if there's not a great pun to be had. Is there another? Okay.
Connections community with the food bank and the distribution sites. It would be an ideal connection for the bibliothèque bus.
Right. Yes.
I mean, I know Kaiser Permanente uses a lot of their sites, because it's the biggest, insurer in the county probably. And every time I happen to go to Kaiser in Roanoke Park when they're doing the whole distribution, and I have thought, hey, like, there's a little add-on there, and that would be an interesting add-on. I assume they're doing it. I just happen to know the Roanoke Park one, but I'm sure they're around. So that's food bank / Kaiser / library. Somewhere.
All right, from the expert. Yeah.
And we do partner regularly with the food pantry. We do partner regularly with the food bank and Redwood Food Bank and food pantry with the Bibliobus. And we do have regular stops at not Kaiser, but smaller medical centers where usually lower income patients are go to. So that is definitely on our radar.
Yeah. Over here. That's right. Pass those mics. Thank you.
Well, and building on the thing about trailer parks, we have an aging population in
Yes, you
Sonoma
do.
County. Yeah. So seniors who can't get out, whether they're in trailer parks or not.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the bus does go to some senior centers, but there's always more to iterate on and tailor those services. I saw another.
Well, I mean, I think that we have talked about like library outposts, you know, kind of like express libraries, but that are more kind of self-contained. San Mateo County has those. So that's something that, you know, we have definitely talked about and would love to, you know, consider.
I can tell you how I would love to see some outreach if we had unlimited money staff.
I said dreaming.
So, you know, ideally we'd have more vehicles to handle book delivery to the aging populations, to attend events, to do school visits exclusively, and more bookmobile locations. And with those locations,
Books by mail.
yeah. Well, there's books by mail that we're definitely trying to do as well. And with those bookmobile locations, outposts that house the book lockers, the after-hour book lockers, that the bus will have a place to park regularly, because oftentimes parking it in certain locations is difficult for us. So if we had all that, and you know, my colleagues were able to also get funding to help fund to help, you know, put in tech and books and all that's needed, I would love to see that, and it would become a fleet essentially. But that's my dream.
Well, it would certainly be in line with a trend where, and I say trend as if it hasn't been proven to be effective, with a proven trend in library service as of fleets being an effective method for reaching not just the rural populations, but also those who may have, you know, access barriers beyond distance. Yeah.
Thank you. I also just want to call out one way that we already are rethinking community spaces, and I'm looking back there, where's Laura? That we have a librarian at Juvenile Hall, which has been a huge thing in the past couple of years, and a thing that not a lot of libraries are doing. And our Juvenile Hall librarian also, why can't I think of what it's called? What else does he do?
He's at Juvenile Hall 3 times a week. He's doing a lot of programming, a ton of readers advisory, making sure the collection reflects the population. I will add to that too, Sonoma County Library is rare in that we have a staff member at the main adult detention facility, which is the Sonoma County Jail in Santa Rosa. We have someone there part-time. And so it would be interesting to also think about people who are decarcerated, right? Once you're released, all of the data shows that what they actually need to not
reoffend, to reduce recidivism is often things that the library is already doing. So how can we make that connection though?
Great, thank you. Those are wonderful examples. Thank you. All right, in the back, and then we'll go to the next.
I'm not sure if this fits into this, but one thing that I've been thinking about, and I think my colleague Dave also, is how do we reduce our carbon footprint? How do we become more environmentally sustainable? And given that we cover so much land, and but then also think about our partnerships with our JPA partners, and because that is definitely a critical component in order to maximize the reduction of our carbon footprint.
Yeah, sustainability in all of its definitions as well, which we can talk about probably during our resilience trend. Great. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you for collections.
All right, so this idea of moving from collections to creation, so experiential learning. So really, libraries, you know, we have great collections, we have diverse collections, we've got popular browsing material, and we've got more subject-specific material. You know, that the collection is really driven both by librarians that do the research and have that training to really understand what the community is asking for. And then also residents provide input as to what they'd like to see in the collection as well. So one of the trends that we're seeing is moving from having material on shelves to using that material and integrating it into new experiences. Do I hit? Okay. So why is creation important for the library? So one of the things that it does is it shifts users from being consumers of content to being producers. And it also supports lifelong learning by offering kind of hands-on opportunities to develop skills. And really what makes this special is a lot of the learning that happens in a very traditional sense. You take a class, you go to your community college, or your kids have the student learning outcomes as far as what they learn in school, and there's curriculum, and it's very planned, and it's very planned. So you know, using the library as kind of an informal learning space that's really geared around creativity, and also folks that have side hustles, or folks that are really looking to take the things that are really passionate about and making it their career. The library offers the opportunity for them to do that, and they get to kind of experiment with it. And it could be learning from material that we provide books for, or it could be new technology, or it could be maker spaces. But really this opportunity is kind of more of an individualized learning opportunity. And the library can kind of be the entry point into some of these things. So for one of the things that we noticed in Sonoma County is there are a lot of small businesses. There are a lot of entrepreneurs in the county. The library might be a place where, you know, somebody with a food truck learns a little bit more technology so that they can create their own brand, or they understand how to develop a business plan to try and get a small business loan. Or it could be about how to effectively use social media to develop a following to communicate changes on their menu or a special event. So really the library can be an entry point where some folks are really intimidated by formal education, or they may not have money to pay for college classes or community college classes. This is an entry point for the library to kind of help people, and there's that direct ROI, that return on investment back into the community. And there's a lot of folks that work here in Sonoma that that work in local creative industries. So there's a lot of opportunity for this. And here what we see, we have some examples of what collections to creation can look like. Here on the right, this is the flight sim. This is Fayetteville. They have a very big industry in Fayetteville around logistics, and that includes both trucking and aviation. So in this library, they actually have a flight simulator. So it could be and again, this might not be the right thing for Sonoma, but it's an idea about how the library is responding to meet a particular local need.
They actually have about 8 different simulators. If you really want to go, wow, how much did that cost? I recommend to their website and looking at the simulators. But to Mark's point, they are all directly connected to a workforce development need. You are not allowed to just play on it for fun. I asked.
And then you could also kind of see how this direction of what are the tools that people need for creation. So it could be the makerspace, it could be that technology, or it could be your tool lending library. It could be outdoor gear. Maybe somebody wants, a rafting company for the Russian River wants to have people that have more experience with rafting. So maybe they offer some of those tools for folks. I don't know. There's probably liability concerns, I'm sure. But really just kind of this idea of, again, being curious, the library being curious to kind of understanding where there's community need, so that people can really engage in active learning and active creation, as opposed to just the more passive approach of, I'm going to pull these 5 books for you on this topic that we have at this location, which is awesome. It's a good place to start, but people are asking and wanting more, and there are fewer places where they can go and get some of these resources where there's a very low barrier to entry. Yes, I see 2 hands. Yes.
Just like to say that,
I think that's really great. I see a need for a lot of staff training, staff supporting staff to really learn how to use those tools to then teach patrons how to use it.
Yes.
I would also add that I think that one of the challenges, and maybe why you didn't hear as much conversation from us around that teen room picture, is because one of the biggest challenges we face as a JPA is our municipalities are often not able or willing to provide facilities that are of an appropriate size to serve the population that we serve. And so we have often a lot of really great ideas, and we just say, wow, in this library the size of a shoebox, where would we put that awesome thing? One of the challenges.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, related comment, I'm sure this popped into all our minds, but I was just wondering if some of these things are staffed by volunteers, like if these are job force related things, if some of the employers locally are coming over and volunteering to help the flight simulator people, I don't see how library staff would be involved in that kind of thing, but I don't have any experience with that, but it's space and staff are always going to be these big considerations for all of us.
Yes. So really what we're doing here is we're sharing some ideas with all of you. And we're not, we're generating ideas and getting you to think about, how does this resonate? Is this something that will this work in Healdsburg? Or maybe this thing that we want to try in Guerneville, and maybe it is working. So one of the things that we're not saying is that the library should do everything. I think that what we're doing is presenting some ideas, and you're going to help us strategize and understand what your priorities are, and then how we take those priorities and implement them. And understanding that there are, structures, there are structures that we have to follow. But again, just reimagining a little bit about how some of the work gets done and working smarter, not harder, and also working with our partners. Yeah.
I think you just used the word I wanted to mention. I think it's the partnerships, right? So as you're talking about some of these things, and you mentioned workforce development, and 90% of the businesses in Sonoma County are considered small businesses with less than 20 employees. So if we're going to support that area, then we're partnering with the Sonoma Small Business Development Center and the Economic Development Collaborative, Santa Rosa Junior College, places that are already in those spaces, but then inviting the partnership with the library to maybe be in a space where they're physically not, to invite a portion of the community that they don't connect to. But I think of it more as that back to the hub, right? So if we can be the hub for gathering and we can pull the partners in, we can do more of these things if that's what the
Yes.
community's looking for.
Yes, well said. Yes.
I know when I lived in Rochester, New York, they had a toy library attached to their library. It's one of the most fabulous things. And it was one of the few libraries that wasn't connected to a hospital. Most toy libraries are connected into a hospital setting. And it was just a fabulous thing, it was very focused on childbirth to 5. So
Yes.
a really great toys there.
Mhm.
And I think did a lot of childhood development. And then there was a real thing of reading, like there was this pre-read, and it was really quite a fabulous thing. I don't even know if it's still there or not, but I always thought, oh, that should come back in. I just, is that.
Great. Yeah.
We did a staffing study a few years ago, and I think one of the things that we identified is we don't have a business librarian. And I think, I worked in libraries where we had a business librarian who did a lot of that kind of education and training, helping people with their, business plans and helping them learn how to navigate licensing and applications for permits. And that's something that I think would be really beneficial.
Yes, yeah.
Great stuff. I know that we do a lot of work with schools, that the staff is to be commended about that. I remember I was in a local training session, local visiting session in Windsor, and we went to the schools, and they were learning hospitality. So we began the morning, and they made us coffee, and they made us espresso and croissants and things like that. And I think that's a wonderful thing for us to maybe connect with. But then also because the future of Sonoma County is not going to just involve food, but and agriculture, but it also is going to involve long-term care and healthcare. And I think that maybe that's something that we might be doing that. I'm not sure, but I think it's an interesting place that we could maybe find a nexus with a lot of the organizations in Sonoma County.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think since we're talking about creation, I think one of the problems of a needs survey is that it's only looking at people articulating what they believe, and going to what was talked about, Tina brought up earlier, with their perceived needs, which they don't know until they start actually, exploring alternatives. But the other aspect of that, I think if we're doing a survey of the community, is to look at the resources that are in the community and how we as a library could use those resources to develop programs, to develop services, to connect with services and programs, and look for the creators, to be able to go out and say, hey, are you a member of the business community? Do you have past experience in writing business plans? Would you be willing to work, or could you volunteer your services to our branch to do business plans? And the other incentive for people to do that is they can become a part of the time bank, which when they put in their time volunteering, they get credit to be able to go to an accountant or a lawyer or a construction person or another business and cash those time bank hours in for those individuals to perform those services for them. So I think looking at the survey, I think capturing the resources of the community is as important as capturing the needs.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. So collections to creative programs. So a few other examples here. You've got the How To Festival. So if you have a bunch of folks that have a specific skill or a talent or a passion, and they share that at a festival. Very kind of engaging way to have people explore new interests. Here, this Charlie cart is, this is actually something that a library has, but the community can actually reserve it and use it. So it's kind of a food preparation station. And then over here on the end,
We have lace making at the Dallas Public Library through the Lost Arts Initiative.
so again, I think part of this and through this process that we're going through over the next few months, you get to be creative around ways that we can think of the library being a convener, bringing folks together, facilitating those connections, the library not doing all the work. And also looking for ways for folks to have active engagement. People want experiences more than just kind of things that are passive. So how does the library occupy that space? So how can SCL forefront creation? We've heard a lot of great ideas. Does anybody have anything else that they wanted to add to the conversation? Yeah.
Yeah, the library actually has a partnership with the city of Santa Rosa. We're in the second 5-year contract currently for a camera library. So we have everything from a GoPro and a wildlife camera to professional quality camcorders. We also have 3 separate sound studios at 2 libraries so that people can create music, podcasts, that type of thing. In addition to, one of my staff does camera basics and studio basics class to start people creating so that they can start utilizing the stuff for expression.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
I have a mic. Just by hearing the different ideas in terms of partnerships and dreaming, I love the idea of creation and partnering with our indigenous communities in the area of, and I heard the lost arts, or maybe not so lost arts, but working with the indigenous communities where there are a lot of crafts that are very embedded into their culture that we could bring into the library, as we're also working and trying to build our strengthening those partnerships.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Right. With me. Okay. Next is whole person support. So normally, as you know, when the library does the service work, they only serve you with their left arm. We only want you to have the left arm. I'm just kidding. So really this idea of whole person support, I think that we've really seen this trend evolve and accelerate through COVID and after COVID. So what we mean by this is, the library is a trusted, accessible public space. And so often we're the first place that many of our community members go for folks that may be experiencing homelessness, folks that may be experiencing mental health challenges, and folks that may have been impacted by a disaster, whether it's a fire or a flood or an earthquake. They come to the library for assistance. So again, thinking about how Sonoma can be an active, supportive partner, and again, with those partnerships and with those community resources being that convener. So staff aren't necessarily acting as social workers, but they have connections with local social workers who have that expertise and can connect them to the resources that they might need.
And we've called out some examples here that are pretty acute needs, but we also want to recognize that whole person support who doesn't need whole person support, right? That can connect to other identifiers. Mark and I, we were talking about maybe you're new to town right? Maybe you're a teen struggling with identity. So many things that we could tap into. How do we serve the whole person? The bullets cover some acute needs.
And again, you know, this is these are questions, these are conversations that that frontline staff are having every day. And I think that this idea of thinking about how we create safe and welcoming spaces for everyone, and kind of what that means, it's a very complex kind of idea. So kind of requires us to reimagine just even our approach to services. So thinking about how we modify policies and interactions. So we want to have safe spaces, but we also want to create bonds of trust. We want to provide our patrons, we want to empower them. And we also want to understand that people walk through life with a lot of different experiences, a lot of different perceptions, vastly different backgrounds. And as a library, we want to serve them the best way that we can. And knowing that, you know, the way that we serve them today is probably different than maybe how we would have thought about serving them 10 years ago. And again, this idea of being safe and welcoming spaces where people feel like they belong, looking at removing kind of punitive approaches for how we handle behavior issues in libraries, and really think about ways that are more restorative. And I also just want to acknowledge, I understand that how complex this is. So there's not a right answer. It's more about understanding that, you know, these are things that library workers in all your locations are dealing with. These are conversations that they're having in the break room. These are things that they're reading about in ALA, right? These are conversations they're having with their peers in Marin and San Francisco and Contra Costa. Again, this idea of peer navigators, working with social services, folks that are really plugged into the resources, and understanding how we partner with them so that we provide a safe space, and we provide the space and the communication to let folks know that these resources are available. And then there's that warm handoff. And then the navigators can meet individually with these patrons to answer their specific questions.
Yeah, I think that one of the really interesting things here is that this model recognizes that staff cannot be everything to everyone, and that there is a skill set and training and time investment in being whoever is interfacing with the public in whatever moment the public finds themselves in. And so while certainly partner coordination takes time and volunteer coordination takes time, this model is suggesting working with your partners who have already, who can take ownership of the training and the recruitment, and offering what you have, which may be space and coordination. So I just want to underline peer navigators, not staff.
And so a couple of these examples are, you know, folks that were previously experiencing homelessness have been brought in to kind of provide that direct connection for folks that may be going through that at that moment. And they have, you know, they recognize someone that has gone through that similar experience, and there's a level of trust there. Where they can kind of connect them to those kinds of services. And with that level of connection, that might be different than what a librarian can provide, for example. So again, just thinking about where are there opportunities, where you have challenges, how can you be creative, how can you work with your partners, are there job training opportunities for connecting folks into this network. So how can Sonoma County Library serve the whole person? Do we have other ideas, or, yeah?
We have a newly formed, sorry, thank you so much. We have a newly formed disability advocacy team, and something that we're really looking into more, and that is having some carved out spaces in some of our libraries. Sebastopol Library has a small model of that, where they have you know, an area where they place all of, so every library that we have, even our rural stations have kits in them with like weighted blankets and different fidget spinners and different things for people who have some what can I think of the correct term? Sensory needs. And they're out and available at any time, so you don't have to go ask for them, which we wanted to make sure that people didn't have to ask for something to meet their needs, that they could just go up and use it. And right now we have 2 staff members that are meeting with some of our day groups that come into the library to see what their needs are. And we've been exploring like what inclusive, like carved out spaces in the library might look like. And I think that's something that we want to move towards, that some of our larger locations is having a space like that. And so it's something we're investigating to make sure that we are including absolutely everyone and not making it something that people have to ask for.
Sebastopol also had once a month what they called the Social Services Day, where they had a variety of different agencies come to the library, and people who are experiencing homelessness or mental health challenges could come in and get connected to those agencies. I don't know if they're still doing that, if they're taking a break, they're still
doing it.
So something like that, I've also seen effective in other library systems where they have, once a month, a big event where people can just come, if they want to get a, Metro card, or they want to, apply to get, they might not have documents because they lost them, like their social security card, which many people need in order to get social security benefits. So all those kinds of things we can, would be one way to address those needs.
Yes. One thing that we're going to be working on this fall, and we hope to do moving forward, is to start having regular library information sessions at JobLink, which is our big resource hub for people experiencing unemployment. And I think that it's a potential model to work with other service agencies. It does mean having the time for staff to get out of the building, build those relationships, attend the first time when only 1 or 2 people come, and do it again until it kind of builds. But I think as we see a lot of our social service agencies really stretch to their limit, like you said, with budget cuts, with increased needs in our community, rather than expecting that they have the time to come to us and host services at the library, that we can bring the library to people who are receiving services at their locations. There's a lot of value there, and we would probably need to make some changes in order to make that a more regular practice.
Other ways that libraries can think about serving the whole person. So for folks that are experiencing homelessness, maybe they have an appointment at social services, but maybe they can't get there. So maybe the library facilitates bus passes, or maybe it's a really cold day and somebody comes in and they don't have the right clothing or enough clothing, right? So several libraries are thinking about what is that, are there some kind of non-traditional resources that the library offers that are just, basic needs that for that person that needs that, that gives them safety, right? So just thinking about what that might look like, what that person, what their experience is there something that the library can do that maybe it's not a traditional kind of library service, but is going to go a long way to kind of empower them and give them agency. So again, with the idea of having the food available in the fridge that teens could access, thinking about some of those things, and again, leaning on the partnerships as well to understand what that might look like. Also, maybe there's restrictions on funding as far as how money can be spent on some of these kinds of non-traditional services. This is an opportunity for the foundation or for friends who have a little bit more flexibility with some of their funding. So also being creative about how how the library provides the resources to support the whole person. Yes.
Just one more thing, talking about serving the whole person that we do really well here at SCL is that at every one of our locations, we have free menstrual products. And I'm noticing that more and more out in society, but I think that's huge.
Deb, and then Jaylene.
Well, and we may be doing this, but,
It might be possible for the library to work with the various chambers of commerce for new people who are coming into the community to say, these are all the resources that we have. And the library is, of course, one of the major resources, but that there are places that you can go to talk about schools, there are places you can go to talk about all kinds of things.
One of the things that we do here at the library is also partner with the Law Library of Sonoma County. So we do offer, I believe it's up to 20 minutes of a free resource with volunteer attorneys in Sonoma County. So that is something that we do.
Lawyers in the library?
All right, I get the last one before lunch. All right. Resilience. I know this is something that has been very top of mind for the library. You can also think about resilience as it relates to sustainability. And I know there's some sustainability work and thinking and progress that that touches on these themes as we think about the different types of resilience, right? There's the environmental resilience, very present in this part of the country. We recognize that Sonoma County faces significant environmental threats, very present. Residents are experiencing social and economic disruptors. So we can have environmental resilience. We can also have social and economic resilience in the same way that we have the three legs of sustainability, environmental, social, of the sustainability stool, environmental, social, and economic. Somebody needs to put $1 in the jar because I'm going to say partnership again. The library can be an active partner in preparedness and recovery. And which of those aspects of resilience and sustainability can the library convene partners versus be the leader and have ownership over certain aspects of it? And what that looks like is very particular to each community. And I mentioned that triple bottom line framework of connecting environmental resilience and sustainability to environmental, social, and economic factors. So first with environmental, we couldn't stop ourselves. We added some extra pictures. We recognize that the library does have a current program. I think it's called Sonoma Ready, that is the emergency prep program done in my favorite word, partnership with emergency management, emergency services. What does that partnership look like, perhaps in terms of collection and infrastructure? So over here, you see that adorable little generator. That is a generator that circulates out into the community. It's a bit of a try it before you buy it model. It's not that the library needs to have 1 million generators and that's where you go get it when the moment strikes. But if a resident is considering, do I need a generator? Is this going to meet my needs when the moment comes? Try it from the library. And if that generator is not circulating during an emergency, it's available for the library to use when the moment comes. We have our friends at the bottom at the Belvedere Tiburon Public Library, worked with last year. They have just undertaken a project to put in some native landscaping. So kind of one of those basics of what small things with big impact can we do. Native and of course the most important part, fire resistant landscaping around their single location. Some of these things are, I almost would call them table stakes, like they're trends, but when we're thinking about the library locations, do you have fire resistant landscaping? Do you have solar panels that are integrated with a parking structure. You know, Mark and I have certainly seen many of those as we're driving around the community. They are not cheap, but they are an important component, if feasible, of environmental resilience and sustainability. And finally, we have this prompt. This is the Maui Public Library, that your bookmobile is your library during an emergency. I think that's something that is known and respected here, but even just challenging ourselves to think about how that service may pivot during a time of need. And there might be something like a location is closed, so there's the bookmobile to meet the need during a temporary period. But what else might there be? Is it plugging into, I think for Maui, they set it up at the Story Walk that's outside of one of their locations. You see an outdoor story time happening here. But of course, making sure that those key services that are always important, but never more important than during a crisis, of Wi-Fi, printing, shelter if possible, are available, and that your vehicles, or hopefully someday your fleet, are equipped and of the emergency mindset as well. There's outreach mindset, there's also emergency. I get so many good examples here. I couldn't even get to them all. Okay. Social resilience. I got a little enamored of Memphis Public Library here, so we see two examples from them on the side. The Memphis Public Library has a job and career, really whole arm of service that has many, many tenants, teaching, peer navigation, or I should say coaching instead of teaching. And they have taken it upon themselves to create a very specific job and career board. This is certainly for job postings. This is certainly not relevant for every community. We always must ask ourselves, who else is doing this? Who else is meeting that need? In this particular community, for this particular type of jobs, it made sense for the library to step in and be the one to solicit the job posts and connect job seekers to the employers for entry-level service, some manufacturing and construction work. You can also see the particular lens of their bus, which is a mobile career center. So it's not a bookmobile, it's a mobile career center. I'm sure Ray can come up with a great name for what that could look like in Sonoma County. This is a classroom style vehicle. So they have volunteers as well as staff conducting teaching sessions, as well as that one-on-one support for things like resume help, practicing interviewing skills. All of those good things can happen on the bus itself. And finally, over on the side, we have examples of, this is really an extension of the library of things. So for social resilience, I know this is very tiny font. The Chesterfield Public Library is lending out COVID test kits. And I say lending out, really, I don't think they expect these things to come back. They have Narcan. They have fentanyl and benzodiazepine test strips. They have medication deactivation kits. They have home medication lock bags. They have gun locks. So small items with big impact in the community. Made available through partnership at the public library. And finally, we have economic resilience. I don't know how we made it through an entire library presentation without showing really that many cute kids yet, but finally we've gotten there. Over on the end, we have the Cuyahoga County Public Library, wrapping up a really robust survey for them. They will be the ones where I say, okay, well, that's your challenge for participation. Can you meet their number? They are currently running a very successful co-located daycare. So the daycare is a separate entity, not staffed by the library, co-located. And that co-location model with the daycare has been so successful. That's at their Maple Heights branch, that in a new branch that they are planning, they will offer not only childcare, but an educational training center for childcare workers. Yeah.
They have enough space at their branch to have a childcare center co-located with the library?
It was a new location that was built, so they worked together with the childcare center to open at the same time, I believe.
I was just wondering, is it subsidized? Childcare is so hugely expensive. Is it subsidized to be more approachable to people as well?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm not sure. But so many ways to think about what could make this successful. I mean, we hear about childcare everywhere, everywhere. And I don't think we've been to a state where haven't heard one of the top unmet needs is childcare. So this is a wonderful example of partnership, as well as we see libraries co-locating with many, many different services or often government organizations. This is a private enterprise, I believe. For other aspects of economic resilience, and this one does fit under economic resilience because of the educational component of the childcare workers. We have the maker to market, once again with our friends at the Fayetteville Public Library. It really plugs into that idea we've already talked about collection to creation, but taking the entrepreneurship lens to creation. I mean, there's artistic creation, there's artistic that feeds the soul. Oh, who said soul? But pairing these some foundational business principles, ideas, learnings with the creation. So we talked about bookkeeping and marketing and networking and making those things available in a formalized program for the purposes of micro entrepreneurship. And the library is just the entry point. And finally, for economic resilience, in this model, we have the Free Library of Philadelphia's cafe, in which this is a very particular example, but they are employing individuals who have either been formally incarcerated or have faced some kind of challenge within the cafe itself. They've also employed folks who had previously been experiencing homelessness as bathroom attendants. So looking for ways for the library to be a job creator and to match that job creation to a social economic need. Free Library of Philadelphia, of course, much larger library, but an inspirational model to us all. Okay. A lot of ground to cover, lots of resilience, and I have tried to spin it to also be sustainability because they are so related. I know there's a lot going on at this library already. What else? What else can you do?
Headquarters.
Tell me more.
We could build a headquarters.
Headquarters, okay.
Yes, so that, we have a place to organize and invite people to help us organize.
During an emergency.
Emergency.
A place to organize. Okay.
Or just in general, have a facility that belongs to the library is creating resilience and sustainability.
Mm-hmm. Ownership.
And ownership.
Yeah. Thought I saw another. Yeah, here and then there. Please.
Just yesterday, Andy from Healdsburg and Eve, so over there, we met to follow up a commission meeting on sustainability, developing a format or a policy for sustainability and environmental resilience. And part of that that I'm going to be preparing with their involvement is a discussion document for the commission to look at that will have a list of resources, you know, listing things like the UN 2030 reports and the ALA reports and the library, Sustainable Library Initiative folks. So those documents will be there. People, if they're interested, will be able to take a look at all that.
Big sustainability report coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might have gotten a preview.
I mean, this is coming through a commissioner's eyes. I always feel like I sort of know a lot about the library and I'm a very active patron and I'm blown away by what little I know. Like every time we're like, do we do that? And how, I mean, if I don't know that stuff, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, and I just feel like there's so much that our library does that is so unknown to the vast majority of the community. And I'm, you know, and I don't think it's newsletters. That's not what I'm suggesting, but how do we really shine what we're doing? And, you know, particularly as a commissioner, I feel like that's part of my job or our job. But that I feel like I just feel like it's kind of like we're on the compost and we need to kick it so people see it. And I don't know, I don't have an answer, but I sense that I'm not the only one who's always blown away when I walk into my local library and go, I didn't know we did that.
I think the communications lens will be critical to apply, particularly during this afternoon's activities, because it all does come back to communications. You can offer it, but if nobody knows about it, are you really offering it? And just my very quick 2 cents about it too is to try to sort information into what do people need to be aware of versus what do people need to be able to find. Like there's a moment of need that hits where I need X, Y, and Z. If I'm searching or online or talking to someone, is that information findable? Versus I can't hold everything that the library does top of mind. Okay. Oh, yes, lots of comments. Okay, here.
To add to what Tina said, I had the opportunity of going with a friend who was kind of shy about the fact that she'd lost her library card. And we spent an hour together. We checked out a laptop. I showed her how to use Canopy and Libby and reserve a book and check out a book. And she said this was the best birthday present ever. And so I think if we could have someone besides staff to be a navigator, it would
peer
bring the joy
navigator.
of the library to more people. They could sign up for an hour session, maybe.
Yeah, turning the library lovers into the library navigators. Huh. Great. I think I promised you next.
On the topic of resilience, something, I'm going to say something we do well and then something we're starting and then could potentially expand. But we have purple air monitors at all of our locations and it's available to the public on our website. So anybody could see in our library and outside of our library what the air conditions are, which I think is important in Sonoma County. And then so at 6 of our locations, soon to be 6, Narcan is available. So currently all of our security guards that are at 4 or 5 of our locations have Narcan on them and are CPR certified. And right now we are on the cusp of a partnership with the county to have health vending machines at 3 of our locations.
Yes, health vending machines.
And so
you have a good picture of one, send it to me because I need it in here.
Starting that partnership, could go further than that, but I think that we try to do a lot, and then we're working on our partnerships, like with the county, with cooling and warming centers as well, and we're always looking for new opportunities there.
So one of the things that I'm very much interested in is staff resilience. You know, I've worked in locations where there was an expectation where people would be regularly reassigned, and it created a lot more flexibility and resilience among the staff. They learned new skills, they learned how to work with different communities, different, managers, and it really created a much more cohesive, team-oriented environment. And I think that's something that we could certainly benefit from.
Great, thank you. We'll go here and then we'll go around.
Continued investment in infrastructure, whether that be solar panels that can kick in and generators when we have emergencies to telecom infrastructure so that when we have crises, when the internet goes down, we have Wi-Fi backups that people can continue to use, or network outages so that a library is not cut off during service hours, especially in emergency times.
Great. I saw other hands.
I would also add that over the last couple of years, we have made some modifications to our job classifications to help reflect the services that our community needs. And I think that that is an ongoing conversation. I think that we could continue to look at how possibly diversifying the job classifications that we offer would allow us to hire a staff that more accurately represents the diversity of our community. We have heard several people in this room saying like, I didn't know the library did that. I don't know. And there is that dynamic about if we don't have staff who are part of the different communities, then the services that are targeted to those communities may not meet that need.
Yeah, absolutely. Aligning the staff to be represented, not just responsive to the community, but representative of it. Yeah. Yeah.
On this particular tack about communication with the community and having staff that can respond and get word out and all that stuff, it strikes me that our labs and our friends are sometimes struggling with what do we want to do, especially the labs, and maybe those stakeholders might want to be involved in whether it's peer navigation or whatever.
Thank you. Is there another comment in the back? Okay.
Yes. I am the Chief Financial Officer, and we do have, the Library Commission has a finance committee, and I work very closely with them. The committee and the commission is committed to financial resiliency, and I think
Another
I
good
want
one.
to put a placeholder on that, because I know down the road you'll be talking about strategic priorities. And I believe the library has a good plan in place. And I know that we're talking about dreaming and thinking about all these wonderful ideas that can be possible if we're strategic about it, if we align ourselves with partners that are probably the strength, right? That's what they do. Building parking lots with, solar panels. What other partners have already done that within our JPA that we can partner with, that could probably bring in the grant funding or whatnot, so that we can remain financially resilient, and make sure that what those strategic priorities are, that we can then forecast out and ensure that there is a financial plan behind it to make sure that we can achieve our strategic priorities.
Absolutely. Nothing happens without the finances. Yeah.
As a follow-up to that, and Craig could probably, speak about this more than I can, but the funding organizations are now shifting to a model of impact funding, where what they're doing is they're looking for programs that serve community needs. So rather than just getting a fund from the Carnegie Foundation or Kresge Foundation or somebody like that for a library, they're looking to see proposals for community engagement. And the jargon that they're passing around about that is meaningful community engagement and constructive community engagement, are things that the granting agencies are now starting to look for. And I think that's in anticipation in part of the fact that money for all the extra things that are only serving one entity in their community is not getting them the bang for the buck that they're looking for. And just as a thing there, that the grant development part of this could help back up some of the aspirations that we express.
Let's tie the ideas and the aspirations back to impact. Yeah. Well, I think you've perfectly transitioned me to one break time, right? Lunchtime, and we can continue to explore some of these trends and opportunities and the aspirations we may have related to these trends and opportunities this afternoon. I'm not positive whether lunch is ready for us yet, but I think everyone has certainly earned the opportunity to walk around, stretch your legs, check your phone, all the good things. We will, depending on lunch availability, which it looks so close, let's plan to reconvene around 12:30. Great, thank you all. Okay, everybody, I have received the tech thumbs up. That means we are good to dive back in. We are going to do our SOAR activity. Now, show of hands, how many folks have been involved in a SWAT? That is a good portion of the room. Okay, how many folks have done a SOAR before? Okay, great. So then everyone who raised your hand, you're now responsible for leading your table. Just kidding. We will have a scribe. All right. So we're just going to start by explaining the SOAR framework. I mean, one of the wonderful things about an acronym framework is that it is fairly self-explanatory. Then we will divide into our tables, into our small groups. There are worksheets on every table. There's one for everybody, and we will be collecting them. So, hopefully the discussion will flow and those things will be captured, but also know that if you write it on your worksheet, I will read it. I will keep your doodles friendly, please. Keep them, be nice. I'm going to ask that every table have a scribe. And the scribe does not need to be the person with the nicest handwriting. The scribe can be the person most likely to get the ideas down on the paper, because while it is wonderful to come up with the thoughts, if they don't make it onto the paper, they may not make it into the planning considerations. So please do appoint a scribe at your table. We'll have about, after we walk through the framework, we'll have about 20 minutes for the groups to kind of get everything down on your official group worksheet, but as well as just feel free to take notes individually, because as I said, we will read it. And then we'll come back together to hear from each of you, each of the groups. All right, let's get in there. Yes, strengths. This is the lovely, most self-explanatory one. What is the library doing well? What makes the library unique, special? What are those things that must continue? This is in the present tense. So this is the strengths that they're true in the moment. Or we can think of it as this year. We can take ourselves out of October. And we have the opportunities. The opportunities are also current status. These are external to the library. So these are trends, maybe some things that we talked about this morning, perhaps partnerships, perhaps funding streams or grant opportunities. What is in this moment out there that the library could tap into? Then we move to the future, our aspirations. This one's the hardest, and I'm going to be honest with you, it's difficult to try to sort through what's an aspiration and opportunity. So I encourage us to not get too hung up on what belongs in which quadrant. Let's just get the thoughts and the ideas down. But for those of us, myself included, who love a definition, the aspiration is what should the library look like in the future? So if we keep our strengths and we take advantage of these opportunities, what does that mean for the library? What status will we unlock, level will achieve? And I did say earlier that we're dreaming. We do come crashing back down with the R, with the results. So how we're going to measure it? How will we know that we've achieved the aspirations? What metric or outcome can we attach to those ideas? And I do encourage us to think of results as those quantitative numbers, as well as some of those softer, less tangible, perhaps, other outcomes. There are many ways to be successful. So for an example, a strength could be the library's partnerships with the school districts in Sonoma County. An opportunity could be to expand the student cards that you have. Perhaps there's a way to make them even more accessible or provide access to even more resources to achieve an opportunity of every single student will have to achieve an aspiration that every student will have access to Sonoma County Library resources. And the result could be year-over-year comparison of test scores, right? That's an ultimate outcome. Why does it matter that we're getting cards in the hands of students? I mean, ultimately, it's to help them be successful in school. Although, of course, there are many, many other positive benefits of holding a library card. Or it could be something a little more direct, like the number of cards, not just distributed, but maybe used by the students. So just for one example. Any questions about the framework? Okay, yeah, let's start here. Oh, thank you for remembering your mic. This is a good reminder after lunch.
I've never done this before. So
Welcome.
all I know is the example you just gave. And in that example, the strengths, opportunities, aspiration, results all started with what you listed as a strength. Is every foursome going to start with a strength? Do all opportunities have to come from there?
That is a great question. They do not. I use that as an example just to follow the path for one in particular. I leave it to each group to say, do we want to start with getting down every single strength that we can think of and then every single opportunity? I think if you can find connections, wonderful. If you want to follow a certain strength all the way through, but you certainly don't have to. And quite frankly, it's a lot to follow that all the way through. That's part of the connecting the dots work that we can do together as a group. Yes.
I'm a little unclear. Could you give me or us some more examples of what we should stop to make space for new opportunities?
On the worksheets we will come back to that. That's really more to get us thinking about the final session of the afternoon.
Well, I have my own little list, but
Yes, it is on the worksheet. Thank you. We will come back to that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I may have missed this. Do we each do our own list on our individual sheets, or is each of the sheets for one concept?
This is the group work. So each group will have conversation about each of the quadrants. Mark and I will float and help facilitate, but certainly you all can discuss. Everyone has a worksheet so that you can take your own notes if you would like to.
Okay.
Sometimes we have so many ideas and so many things to get down that doesn't make it to the scribe. That's why you have the worksheet, because that way it gets captured.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yes. Oh, could you please use your mic? I'm sorry.
That it has separation between internal and external.
Yes.
On the chart. I'm wondering how that fits in.
We can think of the strengths and aspirations as internal. What does the library have to a certain extent control over, and the opportunities and results as external? I think that is most clear for in separating the opportunities from the aspirations. Thank you. Yeah, try not to overwhelm with present, future, internal, external, but I think that's helpful grounding. Do you want to say? Yes. And again, Mark and I will float and happy to address questions.
Strengths, aspirations, results seem clear. I'm struggling a little bit with opportunities.
Sure. External.
Saying what should SEL stop to make space for new opportunities? Why would we have to necessarily stop something? Couldn't it be we need to do more of something in order to take advantage of external opportunities?
Yes,
Or need to start.
it is confusing on the worksheet. Let's not focus on that caption line under each of the SOAR. The worksheet is actually a little bit more for the staff session that's combining the activities and more of a transition to our start, stop, continue this afternoon.
So what would be a better caption line to drive the appropriate discussion?
Sure. Strengths. What is the library doing well?
Right.
Opportunities. What trends or external opportunities can the library leverage?
That's fine.
And I'll just continue.
No, please don't.
How about what's the good replacement for aspirations?
See, I knew I wanted to. Okay.
Line
Uh,
or two.
What should the library look like in the future? Yeah, we've overwhelmed you with ways to think about it, but truly, you can take each word at its face value.
Okay.
Yeah, results. Yeah, how do we know we did it? Okay, so we're gonna take about 20 minutes for the group. So that's on East Coast time. Together. Right.
Yeah, I have a question.
To do it.
Our input is gonna be.
You don't actually need to make thousands of information. Okay. You ready? Mike's back in charge. More charged. All right. I gotta go give everybody the 4-minute warning. Now. Hey, thank you all. We heard some excellent conversation happening, and I see a lot of full worksheets. I think I have a 14-hour travel day on the way back, and this might keep me going for a lot of it. So just kidding. We will type them all into amongst the team. All right, I'd like to go around and assist for it. It's like picking your favorite kid or book. Is that easy? Oh gosh. See, I only have one, so I shouldn't say that. I'd like to go around and we'll start with strengths and have each table, and it doesn't have to be the scribe, share one. We're just hitting the highlights here. We've got everything down and documented, so thank you for that. We'll just provide this opportunity to share out and do some kind of quick reflection. So if you had to, in no rank order, just the strength that you'd like to put to the group, let's start with this table here. Anyone can share.
Robust collections.
Robust collections. And thank you for including the word robust, because I'm always asking, what about? What about them? Robust collections. I think I saw a lot of nods. Any other strengths of the collection that we want to think about while it's up here? Yeah, you can.
So I think that our we thought about diverse topics. They've done it slowly but surely, and
Excellent. Okay, yeah, one more.
Physical and then also collection. Ebook.
Oh, sure, of course. Thank you. Oh, good reminder. Thank you. All right, another strength. We'll go to this group near Mark, and if the sharer could turn the mic on and then turn it off.
One of the ones we have is excellent, like buildings, infrastructure, physical spaces to be.
What makes them excellent?
They're being updated currently. We're modernizing them. We're making sure that we are consulting with the communities to see what they need.
All right, spaces that are being updated and modernized. Mark and I, we've only just begun to tour your locations, but I think every location we visited yesterday had some element of your timing is perfect. We've just made these changes. All right. Another strength over here. Anyone at the table who can reach a mic.
Community engagement, outreach to our community.
All right.
And involvement.
Strength of the library, community engagement and outreach. All right. Another strength. We'll go to the back.
yeah, passionate staff.
Thank you. Passionate staff. All right, give me more descriptors for the staff. We know they're passionate. What else makes them a strength of this library? Qualified, okay. Customer service. Vested or invested? We're here. Vested. Empathetic. All right, I'm still getting qualified. I got that. We can fill the sheet with staff. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that's qualified. It's empathetic. I know. See, this is why these are not the official record. All right, and last strength. Diverse backgrounds, okay.
Empathetic, can we put passionate as well?
Yes, we can. All right, we have one more strength.
Long-term staff. Stay with the library.
Stable. All right, we've reached the bottom of the page for staff. Well done. All right. I think one last group has their strength to share.
This could be a strength of staff, but I think overall we agreed that our library's strength is that we're willing to try new things.
Yeah. Willingness to try. Okay. I've been trying. Yeah, thank you. Okay. And again, I know we have worksheets that are filled with strengths. It's hard to pick just a few. All right, let's move on to opportunities. What is out there in this moment that we can capitalize on? And let's do reverse order. So you all can share your opportunity first.
Well, we talked a lot about opportunities to increase the flexibility with our JPA, which would allow, for example, unincorporated communities to have more voice in the JPA, more ability to build or fund library needs based on what the library sees as a need versus kind of JPA by JPA. Many of our ideas are in the aspirations category related to this.
So the short version of that, just for highlights and so everyone can hear, is a greater flexibility with the JPA, specifically for the purpose of including and representing the unincorporated communities. All right.
And needs that are not currently met.
Yeah, meeting the unmet needs.
Existing service areas.
Great. We'll go back around. Opportunities back here. What's the highlight? Anyone, it doesn't have to be described. That's too much pressure on one person.
Yeah, no, sorry, we came through. Well, staff, I think our, one of our opportunities is our staff commitment to improvement. Just more organizational approach than what we've traditionally had. So we kind of had a plus minus on this one for JPA, trying to move us more as one library rather than a result of many libraries under that.
All right, so an opportunity could be more cohesiveness, having a more organizational approach, feeling like you're one library, perhaps with multiple locations.
Right, rather than multiple libraries under an umbrella.
Okay. Another opportunity over here.
I believe this is an opportunity. I think it is on the sheet. Leveraging our brand new soon to be Roseland Library as a model for future branches, modernizations, and ideas that have not been incorporated into other branches, but will at this. Is that an opportunity?
All right, opportunity for the Roseland Library to be a model in many ways. Great. Opportunity.
We have opportunities to partner with business.
Business.
We'd like to see more business partnerships. Those opportunities taken advantage of.
Great. Business partnerships increased, improved.
Increased.
Okay. Opportunity to increase business partnerships.
Something.
All right, do my little up arrow. All right. I know it's hard to pick. Last opportunity.
Our foundation partnership.
Funding sources that are outside of the foundation partnership or through the foundation partnership Okay. Finding outside funding sources through the foundation partnership. Great. Yes, the money opportunities are key for the rest of this. All right. All right, I'm just gonna put outside funding ops via, that's a big F. You're the big F. Okay, this is not the official record. These are. Yes, another comment.
I'm just going to speak to the uncomfortable part of the sentence with the question mark, the stop. And I don't have anything to add to it, but I'm curious if people have those thoughts, because this is a tough thing to say. Like, what do you stop? Because if I read it, like, what should you stop doing to make room? Which is an important question about resources.
And the core question for our next session.
Then I will, yeah, but I leave my curiosity with it because opportunities are endless. But like, how can I not do stuff? And how do we talk about that when everything is perfect and nothing should stop?
Is everything perfect?
Well, all the programs are perfect exactly as they are, and they should not be diminished whatsoever in order to make. I mean, I'm very curious about how the overall effort in this strategic project to do that.
Well, and maybe it's not that we stop doing them, we do them differently.
Yeah. Yeah, there are different levels of stoppage.
No, we've already spoke about one. Can you just have one more?
Sure.
Reach the whole county, that we are in places that we're really not.
All right.
Places if they don't have libraries.
Opportunity to reach all of Sonoma County. Okay. That's true. I told you definitions are hard. All right, aspirations. Let's start over here now. Everyone gets to go first. Almost, sorry.
I was going to do that as our aspiration. What's another aspiration?
Expand revenue streams.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you
Expand our
aspire
revenue
to
streams.
Expand revenue streams. Excellent. All right, let's go to this. I'm getting all over the place. Let's go to this table.
Okay, aspiration.
Aspirations, one of the things we're aspiring to is increase the literacy rates in Sonoma, since their programs for literacy are going away rapidly. And we have a literacy program, adult literacy program, but we need to expand that. In the good old days, we used to have a literacy program in every library branch.
All right, one of our aspirations is to have increased literacy rates in Sonoma, and to be sure that we include adult literacy.
Adult literacy, yeah.
In that, great. All the literacies for all the audiences is
All ages, even senior literacy.
Okay, I'll just make it all ages, and I won't overwhelm us with the different literacies. Okay. Aspiration. Anyone? We aspire to stronger partnerships with higher education. What makes a strong partnership?
That we are not duplicating efforts, that we are supporting their efforts and they are supporting ours.
All right, strong partnership is not duplicating services offerings and mutual support. Great.
I just organizational culture to shift to a system-wide focus. We're getting there.
Okay, we aspire for our organizational culture to have a more system-wide focus. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm saying exactly what you're saying, just for those in the back. I have another thought. Yeah.
Just wanted to add on to the higher ed bit. We were also talking about partnerships with SCO, the Sonoma County Office of Education, for similar, not duplicating programs, coordinating with, supporting each other's programs, and so on.
Did I get the acronym right? SCOE. Okay. I love when they make a word. Okay. Their aspirations. I think I'm swung back here. Aspirations.
In addition to the JPA things we mentioned earlier, we'd like to see that meetings occur at times where people who work or people who are parents could attend the meeting.
Okay. Meetings. So meetings that occur at times that people who work maybe a traditional schedule or parents could attend meetings. So maybe there's meetings at for alternative schedules.
Yeah, or there's some provisions that assist people to attend who have barriers otherwise.
That's good. What kind of meetings were you thinking of?
This meeting, people would, if people are working, they take a day off work to attend this meeting if they're a stakeholder.
Sure.
About with that, an annual or regular state of the, a regular state of the library report to the public.
Okay, we aspire to, what was that?
Actually, a meeting.
We aspire then to wider dissemination of the state of the library report.
Wider, okay.
All right, communications, I'll just put. All right, and we have more aspirations from the back. I think we'll just go around.
I think.
So we have two that we want to share. It's coaching and mentorship for our staff, particularly our management and branch manager staff, and a plan for after the strategic plan. How do we implement this plan?
You know, it did occur to me when I was listening to the conversation, I forgot to mention the implementation dashboard that comes as part of your strategic plan, which is an editable living framework. I mean, that's the fancy way of saying y'all are getting a spreadsheet that will map every strategy and tactic with milestones, what's being measured, who's responsible, who's the action team, what's the status of everything, all of that massive amount of work that needs to happen to operationalize the strategic plan. We will work with you on that framework, and then the library will have ownership over it. Yes.
Is so essential that it's like fire, police, schools, and it should never be cut. Like, let's just this aspirational that everybody feels so connected to the library.
All right. Okay, so I'm adding, just because I forgot to repeat it, the aspiration is that we will operationalize the strategic plan and that the library will be viewed as entirely essential. I just like alliteration, forgive me. All right, we gotta start thinking about the results. Just do a little shorthand. Okay, who hasn't gotten to start? You guys haven't gotten to start, right? Results, what are you measuring? We know it's important.
This is where we kind of ran out of time. But
Sure,
one thing we had on for our results, we would like to have a staff satisfaction survey.
Yes, result would be staff satisfaction survey. Not just having it in place, but tracing the results through that. Yeah. Great, staff satisfaction. Let's go around. What else are we tracking?
For tracking, reaching out to the less served communities so that the whole county is served would be something like an underserved part of the community like Bodega Bay now, an increase in library cards.
All right, so we're tracking library card signups in underserved communities. All right, what else are we, do you have a comment on that?
Oh, no.
Oh. We'll be right there. Sorry, I know I've lost track of my tables. All right, result over in the front, Mark's table, but not Mark.
We have looking at real world results outside of the library. So keeping in mind that not all things are under our control, but things like looking at increased literacy rates, graduation rates, new businesses started, things that would indicate that any support that we've put in place has been effective.
Absolute real world results with some examples being increase in literacy rates, number of new businesses started, and graduation rates. I'm just gonna put real world. All right, sorry to cut you off, Erica. Your turn.
Mine was going to be learning outcomes tied to programming.
All right.
That we do programs with outcomes in mind and that we assess our programs based upon those outcomes and the effectiveness of them.
All right, learning outcomes tied to programming. Are you a project outcome library? Remind me. Not yet. No, not yet. Okay. But focusing on outcomes related to the programming. All right, over here. Last share out results. All right, you're gonna prepare a report. What's in it? Okay, we got one.
Say focus, use of focus groups.
All right, so we've got a pass fail result. Did we engage the community or stakeholders somehow through?
This ties back to aspiration, but that if you survey any single person in Sonoma County, no matter who they are, they will be able to name at least one library resource that personally benefits them.
Ooh, a result being community awareness of the library to the extent that anyone in the county could name at least one location. Ooh,
One thing that they use. One
thing they
resource
use.
that personally benefits
Right.
them.
Okay.
Yeah.
One resource that they, ooh, so everyone's a user. Is that really the result? Yeah, okay. Patron, everyone's a patron. I know, I always have to double check. Are you a customer, client, patron, or user library? Everyone uses different terminology. All right.
Yeah, staff satisfaction survey, community satisfaction.
Yep. There could be community sats. You all do a net promoter score regularly, correct? Yeah, okay. So maybe the metric is an increase in the library's net promoter score as measured through your community surveys. All right. Did this table get to share results in the back? They started, okay. I believe you, okay. Net promoter score increased. All right. There's a lot to get into there. I know these are, as I said, just the highlights and the building blocks. Now we get a break. Let's see, how did I do on time? I hit 140 perfectly. Okay, it's 140. At 150, we'll get maybe a few minutes shy of 150. We'll get back together for the final activity. And Mark and I will hover if anyone wants to chat. So I'll see you all again at 150. And oh yeah, thank you. Leave your sheets on your tables. I'm coming for them. They really did.
All righty, thank you, folks.
I wish I could. I can't do it.
Hey, folks, we're gonna get started again. Okay, everyone, thank you. We're on the home stretch, so we're gonna get started with our final activity before the end of the session. And so first of all, we have colored sticky notes on each of your tables. This is gonna be an individual exercise that we're gonna have you do. And so you'll just be thinking about these concepts, writing down your thoughts, and then we'll do a quick share out. And again, we'll collect all the sticky notes and all that information. So we'll get the highlights from all of you. But what we're gonna do now is start, stop, and continue. And really the idea here is we understand that you have limited resources, you have limited staff, you've got limited buildings, you've got limited funding, and that creates limited capacity. So what we're really starting to wanting to have you think about is, and this is kind of a continuation of the exercise from the previous exercise, from the SOAR exercise, but in the conversations that you've had at your tables, in your work as a library stakeholder, as a resident, as a user of the library, where do you see gaps? What would you like to see the library start doing? So really this category is things to start. So opportunities for things that we have that the library is not doing now, and noting those things. And if you could note one concept on a sticky note, and if you have lots of ideas, that's great. And you can use as many sticky notes as you need to do that. And then another part of this is, what is the library doing that it needs to stop doing? And there may be a variety of reasons why you want the library to stop doing something. Maybe it's to create capacity to do something new. Or maybe it's something that the library is doing that, based on your experience, you don't think it's working, and you'd like to see the library redirect its efforts. So what is the library, what is that thing that the library is going to stop doing? And then finally, the last category is what is the library going to continue doing? So maybe there are some things that the library is doing that are great the way they are, and you want to make sure that you want to see the library continue doing those things. And really, again, the idea here is we're gonna collect all of this information, and it will help if we see themes. Those themes will inform strategic priorities. Yes.
Can we think of stop doing, maybe also reducing its, not necessarily stopping, but it also could just be reduced back? Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, literally don't do this anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, you can think of it as aspects too, so it doesn't have to be at the same level as stop doing story times. But is there an aspect of the way that a story time program is marketed or scheduled or structured or staffed or something that could be started, stopped, or continued? So there's layers.
Yes, and we, so there's a little bit more information. Start. So initiation and innovation. What should we begin doing to better position the library for the future? Are there new practices, programs, or habits that would help us align with our mission and community needs? And again, these are prompts that you can think about. What leadership behaviors should we start modeling to strengthen the team and culture? What conversations or partnerships do we need to initiate now to support our long-term goals? Are there tools, processes, data, or resources that would help us achieve our goals? And then some prompts for stop. Eliminate and prioritize. What activities, processes, or traditions are draining our resources or holding us back from innovation and impact? What should we stop doing because it no longer serves our mission? What holds us back from innovation? How does our organizational structure hold back our stakeholders, leadership, and staff? What leadership or team behaviors create friction or confusion that we should let go of? Where are we investing time, energy, or money with little impact? And then finally, is there a tool or process that isn't working the way it was intended to? And then to continue, this is really sustaining and reinforcing. What is currently working well that we must protect, reinforce, and expand upon as we move forward? What should we keep doing because it's working well for us? What practices, partnerships, or initiatives feel essential to our success and uphold our mission and vision? What leadership approaches are strengthening our culture and should be reinforced? What new staff and community value that we must protect as we plan for the future? We'll make sure that you have a copy of the presentation. So that, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go back to stop if that's where you focused, just so you have the prompts, and then in 5 minutes, we'll switch over to stop, but it depends, you work at your own pace. These are just gonna be kind of up here for you to review.
They could label there. At the top of each, right, start, so they, and then.
So what we're gonna have you do is with your sticky notes, we're gonna have you put them on the, on these sheets. But I think that your idea is great. If you wanna write what your action is with the idea, then that'll help us even more to make sure we get it in the right bucket.
Oh. Are we getting 5 minutes?
So yeah, we're gonna do 5 minutes on start.
You bring them up?
Nope, whatever color. Yeah, you can use whatever color you want.
Okay.
And if you can start putting up these whenever you want.
They want to start.
Yes.
Or no, you would. I think a lot of for what we. They're gonna use a vertical space, a lot of things. Things to make. Yes. Stop. Yes, some of these are personal. No, I think so.
Start.
No power to it.
You know this game is already done.
Reruns here, I see.
Okay, folks, so just so you all know kind of what's gonna happen with this process, Julia and I will take all of these suggestions and we're gonna put them into themes or categories where there's commonality. We're not gonna do that right now because it'll just take a lot of time, but if folks wanna share, if you have any highlights that you wanna share for start, I'd love to just kind of have folks share one idea that they've written down and we put on the start list. Yeah.
We should have thought this earlier, but one of our suggestions was find ways for the Friends group to work together for the benefit of the Library Association.
Okay. Friends groups working together. Yes. Okay, great. Others? Yeah.
A literary festival.
A literary festival. Any other ideas anybody wants to share? Yeah.
I put this sort of start an approach to engaging young leaders in this entire county. We're not a particularly young group in this room, and I think for sustainability, the fact that we got multiple generations that we're doing this work for, we got to get younger and more diverse at the leadership level.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Like to see library kiosks, slash, like, I don't know what I put as the title of it. What did you call it, Erica?
Outposts.
Outposts.
Library
At some of our
outposts.
locations, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I would love us to utilize collections we already have and reimagine how to use them. So the example I gave was taking archival information in the history that was events that happened in Sonoma, turning them into people getting excited by them, turning them into, I saw this in Oakland, the library, turning them into 3D like dioramas, having them like being able to link historical things, like just being more excited about like our historical documents and utilizing them. So
Yeah.
people can engage with them and also they can be on display.
All right. Yeah, great. Yes.
Reimagine our shelver position as a teen shelver fellowship for 16 to 18-year-olds where they may be getting their first job but also the teen administrator provides enrichment for them as they're experiencing their first job. So like talk to them about financial, now you have a paycheck. What's the difference between a credit union and Bank of America, for example?
To add to that really quick, if we did something like that, that would allow us to stop having to hire interns for summer lunch for just a period of time, because we can use those positions to help with those things in the summer.
Okay. Right. Any further ideas you want to share? Okay. We're going to move to stop. So we'll take 5 minutes, and here, this is really about what activities, processes, or traditions are draining our resources or holding us back from innovation and impact. We'll do the same thing. So if you want to go ahead and write those on your Post-it notes and then post them here. So we'll take 5 minutes to do that.
Well, I feel confident that we're trying to start doing this, but stop having our branch staff ordering janitorial supplies.
Okay, yeah.
For change the library.
Okay. I saw some eyebrows raised. Just good, yeah. Other things? Yeah,
Empowers staff to handle problems at the lowest level.
okay.
Stop the us versus them mentality when problems occur.
Okay. Anybody else want to share? All right. We will move on to continue. So what is currently working well that we must protect, reinforce, and expand upon as we move forward? So we'll take 5 minutes. So please go ahead and write down your ideas and then post them up on the continue page.
A lot of thinking happening.
All right. Any other post-its for continue? All right. I'll sign up for that one. Yeah. Sign up for one. Oh, that's right. And your own party. Yeah. All right. Would anybody like to share a recommendation that you're making for something that we want to continue? Yeah.
are friendly and welcoming staff and librarians at the branches.
Okay,
We want to continue to refuse to ban books.
okay,
We want to continue our close relationship with the foundation.
okay. Yeah,
Little bit niche here, but we need to continue to grow our status in the constellation of public agencies. In terms of budgets, there are a lot of bigger budgets out there, but we're one of the largest public agencies in the county, probably in the top 5 or 6 in terms of staff and locations. And the other agencies don't realize that. We need to raise ourselves up. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And we need to make sure we're at the table all the time.
all right. Yes,
Continue and expand jail and services.
okay,
Investing in technologies that support the library's mission.
okay,
Continue to put our dollars and our efforts where our voices in terms of equity initiatives, such as building the new Roseland Library.
okay, all right. Other recommendations for things to continue?
Continue educating people on what equity actually means.
Okay, yeah. Zine Festival. Okay. All right. Thank you. I've got some great news. We're actually going to get you out of here early this afternoon. Just to kind of recap and kind of where we are. So Julia and I will go through all of the information that you provided on these sheets. And then we will organize them by themes. So everything that you've shared here, thank you for that. And we will take this and we will record all this data, and those themes will be used, and that will help us as we move forward with our process. One of the things we wanted to just share a little bit, and then also have you reflect on a little bit is, yesterday, Julie and I, it was our first day going around, meeting staff, meeting folks that are part of Friends organizations and some of the folks that are part of the library advisory boards. And, we saw some really great things. And we just wanted to recognize some of the really strong work that's already happening across the county. And we saw, we got to talk to some folks, to community members that are really invested in the work that all of you are supporting. We also met staff that are very excited about the work that they do, and they're very committed to really effectively serving their communities. We saw some great facilities improvements that have been made at some of the branches that really, there was a direct correlation with some of those facilities improvements about more people coming into the doors, people going into the facilities and staying longer, more people felt like they were welcomed into the spaces. Some great use of technology with the biblioboxes, strong Wi-Fi, hotspots and Chromebooks that are available for people to borrow. There's some really great work that you all are already doing, and I just want to acknowledge that as an outsider coming in and just getting a small glimpse of what your staff and what your teams do every day. So are there things that you want Julia and I to know? Things that you want to share with us right now as kind of a closing exercise around highlights of the work that the library is doing?
I was just about to, I'm putting this on a note, but for continue, I wrote continue almost everything. We're doing many things well. And I say that as I'm a commissioner, so you have my perspective. From where I sit, the strategic plan, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your work, but the strategic plan that we need just has to focus on our priorities, help us set measurable objectives, and break down into annual plans to achieve that. We're already doing many things well. We don't have like major issues or problems, certainly not compared to where we were a few years ago. So I see this just as building on so many things that have gone well to help us get to the next level in terms of higher performance.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
I want to really second a lot of what you just said, Andy, from the foundation side, and we have three wonderful directors from the foundation here. What we're looking for on the foundation side is the fundraising document for the next campaign. So the idea of deliverables and metrics and that sort of thing is what's going to be more powerful to persuade donors to join this campaign. So that's the kind of document we're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Other? Yeah.
Well, I'll say that there's a lot of strong opinionated viewpoints throughout the library that aren't always in alignment. However, in that regard, there's also a lot of really dedicated people that want the library to succeed in the community.
Yep. Yep.
To follow up on what Mike said, I think this library system, and I don't know like how you would hear this, our HR, or I don't see her right now, but I feel like our library system invests a lot in staff. I don't know if you'd hear this, but when staff first come on, they go through 2 weeks of training before they're like in a branch, which is unheard. I've never had that at a library system or a museum, any of my professional career until I came here. Staff get a $500 allotment every year if they're full-time for professional development and health and wellness. And we really encourage staff to go through leadership programs like the Catalyst Leadership. We encourage staff training. We have a staff day where there's a raffle. Like we do a lot to try to care for the staff here. I know whenever there's an incident, whenever something happens with a staff member, I will personally call, Sarah will personally call, our HR director will reach out. Like we try a lot for our staff to know that we care and that we invest in them.
Right, thank you.
Are you coming to staff day?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, we'll see you there.
All right, any final thoughts? Yes.
I think we have made great strides in strengthening the relationships in our leadership teams and continuing to do that. I think because if we're stronger together, we'll be able to support our staff the way that we need to support them.
Yeah. So a couple of final thoughts. One, so the services and resources and programs that public libraries around the country are being asked to provide, there's never been a greater need or greater request for increase in services. So libraries continue to have a challenge to understand how they can effectively meet needs and also establish priorities to really focus on the things that really resonate from the community, from the staff, and from governing boards. So there's a lot of challenges in making those decisions and that process to figure it out. So first, Julie and I want to thank all of you for being here today. You made a choice to be here on a weekday to spend the day with us and share your thoughts. And you've demonstrated your commitment to the library, and you understand how valuable of a resource this is to the community. So thank you for your time and thank you for your input. And we're going to continue sharing out with you as the phases of the plan continue. And then we're also going to have an online form that's available at this URL, ivygroup.com/SCLSOAR. If you had other thoughts or you had other things that you think of later, you can send those to us via this or put this information in this online form. And also, we've got contact information. Sarah is a part of our team. She's not here today, but there's Sarah and Julia and also Mark at ivygroup.com as well. I'll let Julia close out.
So many ways to contact us. So the staff and leadership survey should be online in a few weeks. We're going to take everything we learned this week to customize that survey to you all. So that is coming and coming soon. The form is available to you in the interim, right? If you're driving home and you say, oh, I meant to put that on my Post-it and I didn't. How do I get that to them? You can use the form and you don't need to follow the SOAR boxes we've laid out there. I've had people write me little anonymous letters just under strengths. That's fine too. So the form will be anonymous. So use that if you would not like us to be able to identify your thoughts, or if it's just easier, quite frankly. But if there is something where a direct follow-up or being able to know where the comment came from would be useful, then please do reach out via email. And if not, there will be the survey. So many methods. And I'd just like to echo what Mark said, and our true, sincere thanks for your time and participation today. I think we've gotten so much out of it, and I haven't even read all of the Post-its and forms yet, and I already can start to see some themes emerging. And so again, just thank you all.
Can we have a round of applause for
Thank you
Julia and
all.
Mark? All right. Well, thank you so much for kicking off. It's no doubt going to be a really amazing experience for all of us. So we appreciate you. So we are finished for the day. So thank you everyone so much for spending your time today in this workshop. As a reminder, the date and time of the next commission meeting is Wednesday, November 5th at 6 p.m. at the Rohnert Park Cotati Regional Library. And we are adjourned. Thank you.